Okay, I think I got everything. Always hard to know. Oh, wait, no, did get that. Okay, I think we're good. I'm sure we'll find something I forgot. Hi! Hello, everyone. Happy Choomsday. Happy end of June. We're closing out Pride. We're closing it out strong, though. We're closing it out colorful and happy. Hello, everyone. Let me say hi to all of you. Hello, Tech. Good to see ya. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, Standing. Oh, the week has been off to a good start for you as well. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, Mod Watchers. It's good to see all of you. How are you doing? How's your week going? How's your Tuesday? Hello, Mage. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you as well. It's been pretty good so far. I got up late today. It was not an early start kind of day, unfortunately, but it's okay. It's okay. We made it through. I'm pushing. I'm pushing to get the model progressing well. It is. I wrote down for the remaining to-do list as far as I can sort of suss out. I would say it's maybe about 60%. Pretty much all the body stuff is done. There's some polishing I want to do. Like the head's looking good, the eyes are looking good, the hair's okay. Hair needs some more cleanup, but it's looking pretty good. And then after that, all of the outfits need to be updated. So that's kind of the big thing that's going to take a good chunk of time still. But once those get done, I think it's just a toggle, so we should be good. So I'm going to be real, probably not this month. But I think early August. Good chance of that. Good chance of that. So hopefully, fingers crossed, everything will sort of come together for that. But yeah, that's been a big chunk of the last few days, working on that. I did go to the Cité on Sunday for the Pride Parade. That was a lot of fun. I met up with a couple of friends there. Just sort of, hung out, watched the parade, walked around the city a little bit afterwards. It was a good time. It was a good time. We're coordinating. We got a little group chat, friend is sending map pictures of, where they've set up camp along the parade route. And, I get off the bus and I'm looking for them. I get to about the area where they're supposed to be. And I'm looking around, I'm like, okay, how am I gonna find my friend in like this crowd of thousands of people along this parade line? And like 10 seconds later, I see my friend in this very tight rainbow outfit prancing down the sidewalk on the other side of the street. And I'm like, oh, there he is. It was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Oh, he was killing it. It was fantastic. Emily did not stand out of the crowd as much as you would expect, but it's just that kind of day. But it was a good time. It was a lot of fun. Just sort of went around the city a little bit after that. I did go by the bookstore, and I found a couple of nice art books. I almost bought them. I wrote them down for later because I might go back. They were very pretty. One of them, the one that I had my eye on the most. Let me pull up the name. I'm gonna completely butcher it because it's a Russian name, but it's a book called Momentary: The Art of Ilya Kushnevov. If you guys want to look into it, it's very pretty. It's very pretty. And then there was another artwork by Mateusz Urbanowicz called Tokyo Storefronts. It was very cool, like watercolor, sort of like sketches of different storefronts around Tokyo. But I really liked it, and I really liked the way that they sort of went in and like discussed different parts of each of the buildings and what was interesting about it. I thought it was a really nice like resource for thinking about like how to design buildings, how to design storefronts and cityscapes and whatnot. So I might pick those up later, but we'll see. But it was a good time. It was a good Sunday. Obviously, I didn't do a bike ride, but I did a really long one last weekend. I'm gonna do a long one this weekend, so it seemed like a good opportunity to sort of take a little break in the middle, let everything sort of recuperate, resettle, and it was also kind of a windy, chilly day, so not necessarily the best one for a ride. It was okay. It was a nice day. It was a great day for a parade. But yeah, it was a good time. I also started playing the most recent Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, which I think kind of slipped under the radar. Like Ubisoft did not do a lot to promote or support it, which is definitely a mistake on their part because that's a good game. That is a fun freaking game. It's a proper Metroidvania style Prince of Persia. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Um, I have a couple of minor grievances. The dialogue sections can be a little slow. Some of the interaction stuff, the prompts are a little clunky. But like the general navigation, the sense of discovery, the unlocks, and all of that, that feels really good. I really like those moments, and the boss fights have been fun. I got stuck on one for a little bit, but not too bad. Not like Hollow Knight or Silk Song bad. So, good game. Good game. I'm only playing on normal difficulty. I'm not some kind of alpha gamer or something. But I'm having a good time with it. Um, yeah, a little bit of that on the side. I haven't been playing much Deadlock lately. I played a couple of bot games just to try out like Grey Talon and everything. I like Grey Talon. I think I'm too bad at the game to play Grey Talon. I forget, did he get they just put out an update. They just put out a minor, not so minor update, and I think he might have gotten a couple of nerfs. What did they do to him? Rain of Arrows cooldown increased by 2 seconds. Okay, well, that's not huge. Guided Out, permanent spirit bonus reduced from 10 to 8. Okay, so not that bad, honestly. He did not get a lot in the way of nerfs. Honestly, it felt like most of the characters got increases in strength. Just generally a good idea, I think. Generally, you want to try and make the weaker characters feel more impactful rather than try and bring the strong characters down. It's hard, but making everyone feel stronger and cooler is generally the way you want to try and balance things out. I think it's easier because I remember years ago hearing a Blizzard dev talk about that. I was talking about with World of Warcraft, especially while it's in development, you want to try and elevate everyone rather than nerf the nail that's sticking too high up. But the challenge with that, of course, I think a challenge that every RPG sort of runs into is like, okay, let's say like 2 classes are clearly stronger and more impactful than the other 2. So you bring all the other classes up to balance it. Well, now everyone is just destroying the PvE sector, right? Because all the classes are so strong that they can just sweep through dungeons and raids like it's nothing. So now you got to bring up the PvE side of things as well. Whereas with Deadlock, it's all a question of how well the heroes face off against each other. So there's only really like one axis that you're comparing on, It's a little bit different. It's a little bit easier in some ways to balance, I imagine. I imagine. I'm not a game designer. What do I know? So speaking of balance, Evo was this weekend. It was Friday through Sunday. So I watched the Street Fighter Finals live. That was a good show. That was a really good showing. I really liked that. And then I caught up on Guilty Gear and Tekken yesterday. Both were fun. Both were fun. All in all, I think it was a really good show. I was talking about this before. Guilty Gear, I feel like only works because I know a little bit about the game. Like if you know nothing about it and you're just watching it for the first time, I feel like it's really hard to keep up with it and understand any of what is happening. Whereas Tekken, in my opinion, like the pace of the game and the pace of the fight, every punch, every hit that you make on the other player feels impactful. It feels noticeable, and you feel like, oh, the tide of the fight, the momentum just completely shifted. You know, every time that you saw someone do like the perfect sidestep encounter, you're just like, oh shit. And I feel like Street Fighter is kind of in the middle. Like there's a lot of sort of tech and mechanical understanding in watching the show, watching the game and understanding what's going on. But you can also just sort of watch it visually and get a good sense of, okay, this character has these advantages or is, you know, sort of dictating the flow of the fight. And I think it works well. So yeah, all good showings. I did watch a little bit of Tuco. It was okay. It was okay. I don't know. I guess it was kind of weird because it felt like a tag team fighter, but each character had the power output and longevity of a solo fighter. So the games just felt very long, I guess. It was kind of strange. I am looking forward to Tokon, the Marvel fighter. They announced the last, I think it's the last set of characters for the roster. So I think it's like 16, 20, something like that for the starting roster. And it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I'm excited. Well, excited might be a little bit of a strong word, but I'm definitely interested to see what they do. I'm looking forward to the release of that. No, it wasn't at Evo, I don't think. At least it didn't have like a stage presence. It might have had it playable, like off in a corner somewhere. But yeah, so we had Evo this past weekend, and then GDQ is starting on Sunday. So that's going to be going on next week. I love GDQ. It's a silly little thing. I always sort of have it on in the background, you know, just show it where I can. Or, you know, lend what support I can. But it's always a really fun event. It's always kind of cool to see what people are up to and what crazy tech and shit they figure out. It'll be good. It'll be a good time. But yeah, I think that's about what I've been going on. There's one more thing that I want to bring up just to let you guys know. So let me look at the schedule again because I already flubbed this once. So not next week, but the week after. So Monday the 13th onward. My family is doing a reunion thing, so I'm probably going to head out of town that Thursday or Friday. We're still deciding. It's probably going to be Thursday. So that just means that week there will probably only be one stream. Maybe we'll do a long one just to sort of make up for it, but yeah, just gonna be a couple of days off, same as before. I'll be back the following week and we'll pick things up again. But yeah, just another interruption. And then I don't know, somewhere in, I'm thinking September, I might take a few days, but I haven't decided yet. That's going to be more of a personal thing. So I'll let you guys know once I do figure that out, but that's not going to be for a while. I think August shouldn't have any interruptions. And then, like I said, probably somewhere in September is where the next thing will be. Yes. Yeah, hope that's okay. Yeah, that's about it for me. How are all of you doing? Mage, are you back from the travel, or are you still on your vacation? How are you all doing? What are you up to tonight? So the plan, oh god, I have not had a chance to look at the game dev stuff at all since our little flub last week. I'm gonna see if I can figure something out tomorrow. Hopefully I can. Hopefully at the very least get AutoRig Pro updated so we're good to go with that. But I don't know. If it continues to be problematic, then we might do another sort of mixed stream. We just sort of correct some of the stuff that we tried to do last week and then work on art or play Hades or something. Well, welcome back. I'm glad the return trip hopefully was not too crazy. Good to have you back. I'm glad you had a good time while you were there. Freaking a lot. I sent you a thing. I did actually see. I'm excited. I didn't get a chance to reply, but I did see it, Tech. Thank you. Otherwise, yeah, I'm sorry. I read it really quickly, but I was setting everything up for the stream, so I didn't have a chance to respond to it. I'm glad you guys are doing well. Hopefully the work has been enjoyable at the very least. I was like, no, don't. It's supposed to be a surprise, right? Expected to happen to my introvert immune system failed me and caught cold, but I'm almost over it. I feel like that's inevitable. I mean, certainly being an introvert doesn't help, but I think even anytime there's a big gathering, it's like there's always a risk of something, right? Frankly, I was kind of surprised going to the city. I didn't catch anything. Just, that many people crowded in is like, yeah. You got small children, which are basically walking biohazards. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm glad it's at least clearing up quickly. Alrighty. Speaking of sketching, you guys want to get started on some artwork? You guys want to do some painting? Why don't we pick up with these two goobers and see where we left off? Brenna couldn't get together with this weekend because she caught COVID. Yeah, that's still around. Fuck. Atlanta International Airport twice. Mage, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, and I hope you're literally in a better place right now. Okay. Tech, I'll write back later when I get a chance, but thank you. Alright, why don't we jump in why don't we jump over? We can get started on this whole ding-dang-yelio. They have room for all the airplanes. Do they? I've never been. I suppose it makes sense that it's a big airport. I've just never been to it. Okay, here we go. So, we're gonna start down here because we got this whole leg situation. It's the goat! It's two goats. It's two goats on a scooter. Aw, thank you, Tech. But we're not done yet. There's actually a lot still to clean up on this. Dude, I was lurking on the Chai stream last night. I can't remember if I was playing or I was working on something, and I just like glanced over at the screen and they were on the clear stage. I was like, oh, holy shit, they did it. I was so happy for them. They worked so hard to kill that fuck-ass clown. Of course, they cleared it on a Monday night, so reset is the following evening. It was bedroom for 2 weeks. It wouldn't have been worth the trip. That's just for a friend who helped through their lows and get top in person behind. Aw, that's awesome, Mage. I'm really happy to hear that. Yes. Good night, Mage. Speaking of friends, actually, one of my friends is moving to the area this week. They're moving up. So that's going to be really exciting. I think they're going to be busy, getting settled for a while, but definitely want to meet up with them when I can. I haven't seen them. God, I think they visited for a few days last summer. So I've actually seen them fairly recently. Relatively, anyway. But that'll be exciting. That'll be good. Imagine having friends in physical space that you go spend time with. Couldn't be me. There you go. There we go. I also realized I fucked up the contact shadow down here, so I'm gonna have to improve that in a minute. I'm gonna finish up with the leg first. There we go. For a person who also mod for him, thought it would be funny to wear a green tie to represent the mod badge. I don't know, I think you could have done like leprechaun green and pulled it off. It's more idea because for the mods can make it. Oh, I got the sword. Oh, excellent, excellent. Get the little mod sword cufflinks. Now, see, if you were head mod, you could have shown up with an actual warhammer. That's how you start. Yeah. I'm glad it was a good time, though. Sounds like a fun group. Trying to think of the last time I went to a wedding. I think I was in college. A couple of my friends got married. I always forget that the Rolexes are fierce. Be like, yeah, that would be kind of weird. Of just being like, hey, could I get like the top level mod for reasons? That's always my thing. Like, I know sometimes people will put out, you know, mod applications, right? Like, hey, we're looking for more people. If you're interested, sign up. But my mindset is always to not like if someone wants you to be a mod, they will ask you. It's always like if you go and ask them, that's like, well, why? Why do you want it? It's like because I want to be the most specialist boy. There we go. Exactly. Oh. That looks much better. Okay, I feel that. I'm feeling that. Wow, that actually looks like not bad. It actually kind of looks halfway decent and correct. Cool. Good. Alright. That looks better. I didn't finish the shoes. Why didn't I finish the shoes? I just kind of wandered away from it. I could bounce a little bit of albedo into here. It's the latest. Okay, good. Ivy put out another model sheet recently that has a back view, so I can get a better read on how the shoes are working. Need to get my picture with the husband because he got plastered at the wedding and passed out. Damn. Yeah, you just gotta show up late and be like, sup, fucker, you owe me a photo. Surprise, motherfucker. See, I feel part of my initial response is, wow, that's kind of poor form, but also weddings are super stressful to set up. Getting everything organized, getting everyone coordinated and corralled. I can imagine by the time you get to the reception, you've gone through the ceremony and everything, you're just like, all of the stress is just falling off so quickly. You're like, yeah, fuck it, drinks, more drinks, let's go. So, you know what? Fair. Might come as a surprise to you guys, but I've never been married, so I have no first-hand experience of what it's like. I can only sympathize. Oh, well, yeah, if people are giving him shots, it's like, good luck, buddy. Yep. Some of this, just up the saturation slightly. Like coming around the corner here. Well, it sounds like it was fun. And honestly, if the husband getting plastered is like the most dramatic thing that happens at a wedding reception, I think you guys did pretty good. All right, that looks good. That's looking good. Okay. All right, so before I forget, let's go down here. Just need to clean this up. It's over because we'll have to remember all it. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. You don't have to get blackout drunk. It's not actually a requirement. I get you. I get what you mean. Never really been drunk and scared what I do or say. Public settings are generally not a good environment to test out getting drunk. It's true. It's true. Nope. There we go. Don't do English whatsoever. I'm sure Drunk Mage would find a way to fuck it up. Yeah, but I don't know. That's what it's for. It's like, I don't know, man. I see so many people that I'm just like, do you know this language? I don't know that you do. Granted, there are times where English feels like more of a suggestion than a proper rule book, but alright, that looks better. Let's get back up in here. And what do I want to do with this sucker? This blending. Let me pour myself some tea real quickly. Excellent. Ketchup and everything. Yes, totally. Disconnect for an entire week and come back. You're like, it's the freaking community meme where everything's on fire, and you're just like, oh fuck me. I haven't actually played that much Deadlock lately. I think people have just been busy. Alright, I feel like they made the flowers. No, they didn't make them bigger. I just drew them small. Also, sheepy. I'm a little silly Billy. Maybe to say, California dreaming, looking for the feeling. run away. All this one for you. It's not tonight. California dream. Looking for that dream. That looks a bit better. Size-wise, at least. Something's going down over this time. How'd you get that feeling? Trying to get away. Maybe you can stay. You got disappearing. It was almost a perfect stroke. There we go. Oh, quick little debut. Mage, I know you brought it up. I did have an idea for the debut badge. So I threw something together earlier, clean it up a little bit later, but there will be a special collectible, I guess you might call it. It was actually a pretty cool idea that they did, that they had that. So yeah, I have a few things in the works for the debut. I don't want to say that anything is guaranteed to be there because the people that I've been working with, I kind of told them that it would be ideal but not necessary for them to finish in time for the debut. So there's a good chance of it, but I don't want to, you know, make a bunch of promises of, oh yeah, we'll have this, that, and the other, and sort of inadvertently put that pressure on them of like, well, I promised this to my chat, so now we gotta deliver. But I guess what I will say, what I am comfortable saying, is that we do have stuff on the way. Apparently the GTA 6 poster girl is popular in the moment to do insert your character here art. Like, in place of the character or with the character? I feel like I'm always behind on whatever the art trends are. Basically take the pose of the outfit. Okay, got it. Gotcha. I might skip that one. Not. I'm I'm not a GTA enjoyer. Especially with all the antics about the different versions. I was like, oh yeah, definitely not. I have seen some people doing some fun artwork of Brazilian Miku after Brazil beat Japan in the World Cup. I've seen people saying that Brazil has officially claimed full custody of Hatsune Miku. God, could you imagine? I think that would make, like, I feel like that would be an international incident. Tonight on the 7 o'clock news. For the first time in 80 years, Japan has declared war on another nation. Official hostilities broke out against the country of Brazil over custody of an internet character known as Hatsune Miku. Because of the World Cup, picked up a time to fly. Shit. Yeah, we've been hosting. I think, yeah, we have been hosting games over here as well. And there's been. Honestly, it hasn't affected things too badly. And the city just recently, like in spring, fixed or completed an expansion to the transit system. And I was saying to a friend on Sunday, I think they were really pushing to have it done then so that it would be tested and ready for the World Cup. They're like, no, we need to have this by June because it's going to be a fucking madhouse if everyone is trying to drive. But yeah, obviously I'm not trying to book a hotel around here, so I don't know how much it fucking costs. It's probably not great. Less than ideal, it's true. I was watching a news article talking about the World Cup and sort of the weirdness and somewhat ugliness of the way that it got, you know, hand or doled out to 3 countries at once, which is kind of interesting, and it certainly puts less strain on an individual country to handle everything. But the downside, obviously, is the amount of travel. One of the downsides is the amount of travel that you're going between Canada, the US, and Mexico to try and catch all these different games, and some of them are really expensive. And it's just like, what the fuck? You get discounts because of an uncle who works in the. You got the inside line. Like to almost 200 J's them. Well, responds to the demand, right? And then there was all the like marketing stuff. Marketing? Promotional stuff, I guess, because all 3 host countries qualified for the finals. So it was like, Canada, US, Mexico all qualified. And then, of course, they like capitalized and colored and emboldened the first letters of all of the, each of the 3 countries. It's like, guys, did you run this by anybody before you posted this? Like, anyone with the slightest notion of how the internet might respond? No? Okay, FIFA. Good job. I mean, who am I kidding? They probably did because they knew people would fucking jump on it and spread it around. I wanna be a hero when I'm stolen. I don't wanna be a hero. The sun goes down. It's not enough. Looks pretty good. Good start, good start. I wanna be. So, bit of a darker subject, I guess, more unpleasant, but you know how we are with news. I heard a rumor today, and I think there's a good chance that to some degree it's going to be true, that Microsoft is planning another round of layoffs. Or the initial concerns around the change of leadership last year. Was it last year? Was it last year or earlier this year? I don't remember at this point. Is probably coming to pass. So obviously we don't know. We don't know what the numbers are going to be, but the rumor mill is saying it's going to be bad. I guess we will have to see, but obviously not looking forward to seeing how that plays out because it is not likely to be better than expected. That would be the big twist if it actually is like, oh, yeah, some definitely, but could have been worse. Doesn't really seem to be how things are going right now. There we go. I don't know. I've been talking with my family a little bit because obviously they're like not in a super demanding way, but more just sort of like a curious way or a conversational way, discussion sort of way of like, what are my plans? What do I want to do career-wise? Especially with how things are going right now. And, one thought that certainly crosses my mind is, you know, the more people that get laid off, the more people that go out into the market and are trying to find jobs, the harder it's going to be because, there's more people looking and, you know, probably not as many jobs to go around. So definitely to some degree, like it would not be a bad idea to try and get out ahead of it and try and find something before everyone else, sort of inundates the market and takes everything up. But, oh, damn it. The back view has her head turned, so I can't double check how the split in the hair looks. I think it's something like this, though. But, I don't know. I guess part of my feeling, I've talked about this a little bit before. I feel like the state of the industry right now is such that I don't know how much I would really want to just jump right back into it. At least not the AAA industry. I feel like it's kind of such a shit show in general that it's like, okay, I get a new position and it lasts for, I don't know, a few months before the next big shock happens and everyone gets let go. Some of these studios are getting just taken out behind the Waffle House and put down, right? Like there's no warning for anybody. So in those situations, like it would not surprise me if a studio is like still looking for people, expecting to continue to operate as usual, only to then a week later be notified that they're getting shut down. I don't know. I don't know what my plans are right now. My plans right this moment are to get the debut done. In terms of like long-term job plans, I'm still figuring that out. But frankly, it would not surprise me if sort of long-term game dev plans, game industry plans, are just to kind of stay away from AAA as best I can. Find smaller studios that can be more agile and less prone to the people that only know how to talk in numbers, let's say. It definitely did. They definitely, between like 2020 and 23, they got way bigger than they had any business getting. They scaled up way too hard. They panicked. Some of them have tried to sort of balance things out by getting investors or equity involved to sort of get them through it. Some like Microsoft the other divisions are trying to, hoard all the resources, and so their Fox is just kind of left in the lurch. It's a huge fucking mess. I did some kind of weird things with this that I kind of need to go in and course correct on. Nothing terrible, mind. Just the hair, the design of the hair is a little bit incorrect. Good. Okay, so that looks better. Need to kind of clean this up a little bit. Good. Actually, let's do this the other way. While I was at the bookstore, they had a few. You guys know those like woodcraft book nooks that you can get? You like stick them in your on your bookshelf in between the books, and sort of has like a diorama scene or some sort of thing in it. They had a few of those. I was like, oh, they're so cute. I want them. I almost grabbed it. Almost grabbed them. I was like, think about it. Think about it and come back. Impulse buys are a hell of a drug. But they were very cute. There's one that was like a snow-covered street, like a bridge over a river. I'm like, oh, it's so pretty. I almost got it. I still haven't bought anything at the summer sale yet. I've got a couple of things in my cart I'll probably go ahead and get because I have been eyeing them for a while and they're at a good discount. I'm still annoyed about Expedition 33. But I don't know. Either I'll just keep an eye on it for the next time it goes on sale, because it goes on sale pretty often. And there might be a flash sale at some point, and I'll just grab it then. I'm not spend too much money right now. I'm not doing a great job of it, but trying to measure out a little bit more responsibly. I got a message request earlier today of someone soliciting like streamer clipping services, right? Like they go in and clip sections of the stream and then edit it and do all the little mini captions and sound effects and whatnot, I guess. So yeah, they messaged me. It was like, hey, you know, I provide these services. Do you know anybody that would be interested? And so on and so forth. And so I reported it. I reported it to the server that they came from. And, you know, got a message a little while later saying, you know, do you have the username and or a screenshot of the message that they sent? And it was like, oh shit, because I had already reported it as spam. But, yeah, you report a message on Discord as spam, it deletes the conversation. So I didn't have access to that. So you know, I sent them the username. I told them I had already reported it and I didn't have a screenshot. You know, I kind of figured that the screenshot, or you know, they wouldn't really want the evidence, and if they didn't have that, they probably wouldn't really move forward with it. It was like, okay, that's fair. You know, keep it on the record for their own observations. Keep an eye to see if they keep doing anything, but otherwise that would probably be the end of it. I got a message like an hour later, so it's like, thanks for letting us know they have been taken out back and shot. I was just like, oh my god. So I guess they either like tried to corroborate it themselves or just took me at my word, but holy shit. Hello Sonic, happy Choomsday. Welcome in, I hope you're having a good week so far. Mischief was indeed managed. Nice, hope you're having fun. What was good? I don't know, like, I totally understand, especially when you got, you know, you're trying to do like a freelance thing like that. It's hard, right? It's hard to get noticed, to build up a user base, a clientele, whatever. You gotta find whatever little ins you can, but solicitation is not the way to go about it, right? Like, I will see sometimes people will, you know, post, hey, I'm looking for someone to do emotes on the socials, and then, you know, people will respond to that. I made the mistake once of asking around just made like a public post of like, hey, are you? I'm looking for artists that I might be able to commission. Does anybody know anyone? And unfortunately, of course, it being Twitter, got inundated with bots for like 3 days. So lesson learned there. But yeah, just going around like on other people's discords and trying to solicit or solicit, solicit with a T, not a D. Clients that way. Not a good look. Oh shit. I was on Faye's channel the other day. She mentioned Art Fight. I might sign up for that. I might at least, put myself out if anybody wants to do something. But I was trying to get the model sheet done. I got some progress on it, but it is definitely not done and ready to go. It's unfortunate. So, I don't know, maybe I'll still throw what I have up and be like, here it is. If you want to do it, cool. If not, I understand. But what you gonna do? Too many projects, too many pieces in motion. I haven't been able to really focus on anything. Most of my effort's been going into the model, and then sort of once I get late enough in the day that my brain is like, I'm done. I'm done thinking about this. I'm done working on this. Then I'll shift over to like the model sheet or something else. Something I don't need to be quite as like big brain to solve. I've never actually done Art Fight before. Seems kind of interesting. Kind of cool, if nothing else, to see like everybody's various ideas, and their OCs and all that. There we go. That looks pretty good. Goodness, she has a lot of hair. Like, so much fucking hair. What is this? I think we can just get rid of it. I think it was some rough impression of the fly trap. You don't need any more. Back teeth like this. Alright. We'll work on the one on the other side in a little bit, but first, take some of this back. And you. Like this. Yeah. That's cute. I like those colors. Those are some good colors. And frankly, I don't think we need to put quite as much work into the fly trap on this side just because it feels so secondary. It feels well receded, so it's not going to draw as much attention. We don't get it quite up to the same level of detail. That's fine. No, we do need to finish resolving this section. I think there is a very real level of like progressing as an artist, of just understanding when something is good enough. You don't need to massage everything to perfection. Some stuff is just like, gets the idea across. And you can just kind of leave it there, and that's okay. There's definitely such a thing as over massaging. There's definitely working something to the point where it stops like making sense and you're just kind of obsessing the technical level of it and you lose the feeling. You just kind of work it to death. I've absolutely had those drawings. Alright, so for you, what I would like you to do is really work this down. And you come all the way out. Right, so this is going to go from like darkest tone to lightest tone. Create this like twisting motion. There we go. Good. Nice. All right. So what's next? What's next? Oh, I need to clean this up. I've been sort of dancing around the detail of it. Actually go in and correct some of the tones, some of the shape and everything. Not to mention get rid of some of this jank garbo. There you go. We might do on Thursday. If I can't figure out some of the game dev stuff beforehand, I think we'll do a little bit of dev work. Like I was saying, there's some stuff that's just like, oh, we just kind of flubbed that because, you know, the engine crashed, but, you know, easy enough to go in and redo. So we can do that. But, like, if we don't have sort of a path forward, I don't have a chance to get it figured out before the stream, then if we don't finish this tonight, I think we'll take Thursday to sort of go back in and finish whatever still needs to be done. I don't think this would take much longer if we don't get it done today. It's just, you know, a few more things that I want to finalize. Good. Good, good, good. Alright, let's grab a little bit of this to get that contact shadow reinforced, right? Good. Yeah, I like that. I like it. Okay. And then the straps. Yeah, I think they are pretty much going straight up over the shoulder as we have them now. So no, maybe we can just kind of leave that where it is. Okay, cool. So okay, that looks pretty good. Hair looks pretty good. Legs are looking better. What things on Jin we can get rid of. Things we want to go in and fill out instead. Good. Oh. Yeah, I didn't even think about it, but Elite is dropping their new gameplay mode today. The operations, they've been working on it for a while and it got delayed once or twice. But they finally, I guess, are happy with how it's working. And so they put it out today, along with the new shuttle, the Nomad. I had to delay it till tomorrow because of last minute. God damn it. Wah, wah. Well, as Miyamoto allegedly once said, a delayed game is good eventually. Okay, so they did put the Nomad out at least. That makes sense. It's not tied to. See, you can do a partial release of some of the content without putting all of it out in a terrible state. Cough, cough, nudge, nudge. But yeah, I think especially something like this is very important that they get it right. Right? They delay until they feel good with what they're bringing. Exactly. It's better that they get it right, even if it takes a couple extra days to get it to that place, than to say, well, we promised the 30th, so we're sending it. And the whole debacle with Star Citizen last month, that they were trying to put out 4.8, and the day came and went with no sign of the patch, and the devs were just like working into the night to get it ready to go because it was tied to the big sale event. It's like, we have to have this patch right. It's like, just put the event content out and delay the other parts that aren't working. Though there were some problems with the big new ship, the Ironclad. So, that was like a centerpiece of the event, and they couldn't have shipped without that. But still, it was a clusterfuck. I've been keeping up with some of the news as the next big patch update starts to go through the testing phases, and I hope it's better. But I'm also, as Tomato put it in one of his videos, like they're definitely in a position of having to win back trust. Avdev, on the other hand, I'm not 100% sure where they are in terms of player trust, because they've been releasing the new ships. And the new ships are very cool. I'm happy to see them doing that. Could certainly make some argument that there's a bit of power creep going on, but I think it's more sort of an evolution of the game's design. Some of the legacy ships are just going to have to get refit into, rather than they're trying to sell power. I can get on that in a second, but I think for me, I know they've done some updates to gameplay since they sort of began the current campaign that they're currently on. But I feel like this is the first major, aside from the power play rework, I feel like this is the first major content update that they have introduced since starting the campaign, right? They've put out ships, they have done the power play update, but this is the first like completely new thing that they have introduced systematically, I think, since they dropped Odyssey back in 21. So I think this is kind of a good opportunity to see how do they handle content updates? How do they handle updates to the systems that players are going to be interacting with, and the ways that they sort of progress through the game and make money. What is the future of Elite's gameplay going to look like? Not just the future of its ship design. It's an important question, Oh, shit. Gotta clean that up. You think any animals develop eyes capable of staring at the sun? It's kind of crazy. The, like, evolution. It's crazy that evolution was able to develop eyes at all, but it's also like, yeah, we created this incredibly finely tuned sensor that is able to pick up light on all of these wavelengths and convert that into information. But also, don't look at the sun because it will burn the sensor out. It will just like permanently destroy the sensor. So don't look at it. Don't look at it. Stop looking at it. I think something would have been like, well, it's bright enough and we're going to risk staring at it enough that it was worth developing a more durable sensor, a more durable eyeball that can take direct exposure to the sun and not get destroyed. And by direct exposure, I mean looking at it, not being on the sun before anybody gets any cheeky ideas. So an eye capable of being on the sun would be pretty metal. Am I the only one who like hears about the temperatures on the surface of the sun is like, it's not as hot as I thought it would be. Well, something comes at you from that direction, you're probably good. True, but aren't there like lizards or newts or something that have their eyes directly on top of their head? Like they got a little flat head with these two eyes right on top? Because, yeah, their predators are birds. Their predators are going to be coming directly from the direction of the sun. So you'd think the eyes would also need to be able to withstand the sun. Don't they also hunt by burying themselves in sand and waiting? I think so. I know there's at least some creature that does that they like bury themselves except for a tiny little bit to sense prey. And then yeah, they spring up like a trap and go grab their food. The poor unfortunate souls. I figure they gotta have something to work with. So I feel like I think there's a subreddit for stuff like that. I think there's a few subreddits for stuff like this, but it's like Ask a Scientist or something. Of like, you know, when you just have those questions and you're like, I'm not sure who would even know about this. It's like, yeah, come ask your question, and if there is someone on the subreddit who knows, they can answer it for you. And there's always kind of the question of like, how do I know you're actually who you claim to be and that you know the things you claim to know? But I think they have some sort of verification system that goes beyond just trust me, bro. I have a PhD in freaky lizard sciences. Sun is a deadly laser, and some random ass lizard's like, I'd win. That looks pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it. Alright, save that. Then we'll work on the Vespa for a little bit. Vespa's looking pretty good, but now we actually have enough that we can kind of come in here and clean up some of the stuff on this side. The draw through parts of the back or the wheel and fill those in. Alright. I'm gonna work on this for a little bit, but help me remember that we need to do the ribbons in Ivy's hair as well. Got some of those. I haven't filled them in yet. Also her belt. There's actually a lot of little details on Ivy that I still need to fill out. You know, probably, you know what? I'm thinking about it, like, it's gonna be easier just to mask this and paint through the background. More consistent. Probably should have started there. But whatever. Go ahead and just apply it. I was watching a second Vin video talking about Majora's Mask. And that game kind of shouldn't work. Like, there are a bunch of things, namely about the time mechanics in that game that in a lot of cases you would not try and accomplish. Like, they're so aggressive and they create such a sense of pressure that most games would shy away from it. And like, if you tried, I think this ties a little bit into some of what we've talked about with, modern design having so many guardrails and like do's and don'ts that have been established through, all the trial and error of generations. But like, if you said, yes, you're going to have a set time limit that the player needs to accomplish all of these goals, and if they don't, complete the goals and either reset the clock or beat the game by this time limit, they get a game over and have to start at their last checkpoint. Like, that would be incredibly stressful by modern standards. The closest I can think of is Outer Wilds. And even Outer Wilds, like, just put you back at the beginning, right? It doesn't require you to do the reset yourself. It just starts you over, So in a way, Outer Wilds is almost more forgiving. But I think Outer Wilds actually does take a lot of lessons from Majora's Mask, right? Both of them operate on a set time limit. Both of them have knowledge checks. So once you have reached a certain thing, once you have figured something out, you don't need to go back and keep doing it over and over again. And one of the interesting things that they point out with Majora's Mask that I think is like very deliberately hard to notice unless you are looking for it is the first day in Majora's Mask when you're a Deku Scrub, time is actually progressing faster than it does in the rest of the game. Because there's not as many objectives that you need to complete on that first go through. So they don't want you sitting around doing nothing while you wait for, the end to approach. But then it also has the, frankly, probably intentional benefit that it sort of sets in your head, this is how fast time is progressing, right? It takes X amount of time for 3 in-game days to pass. And even once you get to the normal game and it slows down, you still kind of have that tempo built into your mind of, I have this long to get everything that I want to completed. most of my childhood. Lotus! Oh my god, hi Lotus! Hello everyone! Welcome in, welcome in. Hey Allie, Colorators. How was your stream? Did you guys have a good time? Let me do one of these for you. Did you successfully? Well, I know you got what's her name pregnant again for the wings, but how'd the rest of it go? Did y'all have a good time? It's a very strange game, but oh, wait, introductions first. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Jisei Kaiga. I go by Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber, and I chill with the Chooms and make art and play games and have a generally good, easygoing time. We try to keep it nice and light here. Discovered that Saimi has 3 younger sisters, and they're a hive mind. So they know what you did. They all know. It's gonna be a really awkward family reunion. Oh, Nate, thank you for the gigantic bits. Hope you enjoyed it. I appreciate you bringing everyone by to chill out here. We're just working on some art for tonight. Might be able to finish it. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, if you or any of your raiders need to do after stream care, get something to eat, something to drink, clean up, get some rest. What you gotta do, please take care of yourselves. But if you guys wish to hang out, you're obviously more than welcome. Be happy to have you. Oh, Simon is like, you are dumb as shit, but I still like you for some reason. Anyway, take my wings. I don't know about you, but that's wife material, if you ask me. Sorry, what were you saying earlier? But most of my childhood, not understanding that Majora's Mask I was playing was so hard because I was playing a demo disc and never understood why I had so little time to accomplish anything. Yeah, that'll do it. Just play the demo over and over again. Like, so when does the game actually progress? When you buy it. Yeah, Majora's Mask. So Majora's Mask is so fascinating because it has all of these time restraints. It has a ton of logic gates of, oh, I need to go over here and do this, and that tells me how to do this. So I don't need to like repeatedly run back here every cycle. I've learned the song, so it just lets me, sort of shortcut to this step, or I have this key item now, so I can go straight over here. But then it also has something like 24 characters with their life cycles over the course of the 3 days. And you have to just follow them through. And, you know, some of them intertwine with each other. You have to, like, complete checkpoints with one character before you can start with another character. You have to, like, complete a quest with one character to get that logic check. They'll let you solve another character's problem. I think the lover storyline is like the ultimate indication of that, right? Like you have to do all of this work with all of these other characters, and then finally you will know everything that you need to know to resolve Cafe and Anju. Got like an hour time in the demo disco before it just ends it. And yeah, back in the days when there was just no, you couldn't just look online. You had to be a knower or buy the strategy guide. The strategy guide would have been like, dude, buy the game. What are you doing? So when you said demo disc, was this like a demo cartridge or was this the GameCube? Did they re-release it on GameCube? I know they did Master Quest, which was Ocarina of Time. Did they ever do something for Majora? Did Master Quest have Majora's Mask in it? Goodness, has been so very long. There we go. Alright, that looks much better. That looks a lot better. I like that. One more thing. Yeah, technically you should be able to see through on the back wheel as well, but I think there's enough in the way that's like, whatever. Who cares? Remember a time when I had no internet whatsoever and a time when it was ruled by AI? Yeah, it kind of shifted like, really quickly. Like, distressingly quickly. That's a nice color. I think that gets the right sort of reflection across here. Some of that bounce skylighting. And put a little bit down here as well.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture.
Thank you, Mage. Everyone, be sure that you are taking care of yourself. If you gotta take meds with a pet, Or a family member has to take meds. Also, just to, yes, stretch, drink water, take care of yourselves. It's not just for raiders. I just thought of something. I'm gonna have to look into doing it later. Ideas for later, but I wrote it down. If I can figure it out, I will implement it quickly. It will not be a wait for the debut thing, I don't think. Huh. Alright, that looks pretty good. And some of this along here. They are. They're so pretty. Just having a good old summer. Oop. Good. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, okay. Gonna clean up the edge of the handlebar here as well. Good. A little bit of this. Just trying to bounce the lighting off of. Nice. Grab a little bit of this for the underside. Good. Okay. Yes. Good. Grab some of this. Want to sort of fill out a little bit of the. I think it's a big old headlamp, right? Yes. I actually did, but once you have ivy sort of in the way, it becomes a little bit obscured what it is. So just a little bit of something that reads better with what we can see, I think helps it out a lot. And just sort of clean up the shape of the hand, the brake lever. Good. Alright, I think that is a good touch up. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's go back to Ivy. I still didn't finish cleaning up the tattoo. I touched upon it, but I didn't resolve it. do a little bit of this. And round out the shape a little, right? Actually, no, let's not do that. Grab this for some rim lighting. Good. Good. All right, yes. And then grab some of the put this back. Okay. So I don't know. I struggle to think. I think this is kind of the big well, I could have just ended the sentence that I struggle to think, and that would have been true. But I am trying to think of like a big studio, a big AAA project that is like done something like Majora's Mask in a long time. You know, something with that level of ambition, that level of, yeah, let's challenge the player in this way. And sort of put forward even the impression of that level of danger. I can't really think of anything. Again, you know, you have stuff like Outer Wilds. So there are, well, what was that? I think it was a Bethesda game. A couple years back. Deathloop. I never actually played Deathloop. But I feel like there was sort of a live, die, repeat mechanic to that, right? Well, actually know how they implemented it and whether it was any good. Pour some more tea real quick. Okay, what was the other thing I wanted to do while I was working on Ivy? Got the tattoo cleaned up. I know I wanted to sort of do some stuff with the hem of the dress. Hmm. You know what I think will be kind of pretty? Let's take some of this. We're gonna work it in here. Like it's bouncing up through the skirt. What is this? Why is that there? Whatever. Why was that entirely a separate layer? And what that'll kind of let us do, we can have background of that slight hue shift from the front to the skirt. We can sort of reintroduce a sense of depth that way. That might work. That might work good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. All right, and then we can bounce a little bit the skin tone onto the dress right here. The really tricky thing that I'm still not super good at with white clothing is that it's rarely ever genuinely white. Because it is so pale, because it bounces light so readily, what you get most of the time is the white clothing is just kind of a kaleidoscope of all the other colors around it. And I'm not super good at sort of recognizing those reflections and making sure that I capture all of them. So like in bright direct lighting like this, you know, the well lit areas will indeed be pretty close to genuinely white. But then, you know, anywhere that there is shading, you're going to start getting those surrounding colors bounced into the surface. And we don't want it to be dark per se. Like this is too dark, but we can like take it and sort of bounce it up to a hue that feels more appropriate, right? Get the right sort of value in there. and then reflected in that way. Something like that, perhaps. A little bit bouncing up into here. A bit more saturated just so that it reads clearly. I know someone brought it up, I think on a previous stream. I did not watch it, but I did see there was a trailer for Edge Runners 2. It did get recommended to me. I think the release window that I saw, they haven't announced a date yet, but it is Q4 of this year. So I've seen a couple of thumbnails. I know they put out like an image of the new characters, the new crew. So I'll be very excited once that comes out. I hope it's good. I hope they do the thing that I really want to see from Cyberpunk and Cyberpunk properties going forward, because like 2077 ended up being quite popular, and Edge Runners was very popular. And, you know, a lot of times with IPs, it is kind of the immediate response, the knee jerk of, well, this was popular, so let's go make more of it, right? With the characters that people like and the settings and all that people like. And it's like, I want Cyberpunk to be a sandbox setting that a bunch of different stories get told in. I don't want it to just follow the same characters over and over again, because that's not what it's about. Like, the only recurring character in Cyberpunk is Night City. Everything else is up for grabs. You know, there are certain groups, the megacorps and everything, that are obviously going to show up over and over again. You get some characters like Atom Smasher, you know, is sort of presented as this monstrous big bad enemy that is always there to sort of as a boogeyman in the city. But for the most part, you know, it should be new people, new adventures, new situations. You know, might have some cameos from characters that we know, but shouldn't be like beholden to, you know, any of the characters from Edge Runners 1 coming back and having a significant presence in the story just because they were popular. That's my hope. That's my hope, is that we see like a genuinely unique new story that isn't just a sequel to Edge Runners. If they do that, I will be very excited. We'll have to see. Gonna take a brief break in just a couple of minutes. Like a 2-minute break. And to get some fresh water while I'm up. Nice. Alright, look how that looks. And then actually, what I think we can do, in the same way that the dress is going to pick up some albedo from the skin in the back here. I could touch up how my body looked that easy. Yeah, it sure would be nice, don't you think? In the same way, the dress is getting some bounce light from the nearby skin. I'm going to take some of this and reflect it onto the most shaded areas of the skin and let it lighten up a little bit. That was one of the things I really like in Cyberpunk. So, theoretically, you can replace every inch of your body with augmentations, except for your brain. The brain is the one component of the human body that they haven't figured out how to replicate. But, you know, if you want to change your face, your skin, your build, you know, any part of you. I mean, no spoilers. What's interesting to me about it, though, is cyberpsychosis. That the more you augment your body, the more you're at risk of essentially dissociation and psychosis. That you start to become more and more sort of unanchored from your sense of self-identity and start to sort of devolve in essentially abstract. I don't know. I don't think that's even a spoiler because it's in the trailer. I don't remember what was in the trailer. It's been a very long time. Man, I was watching Coco's stream last night. She's playing through Final Fantasy VII Remake. And there was one guy in the chat who just kept talking about stuff that I'm like, I don't think this is technically a spoiler, but you're really towing the line of spoiler territory. Like, it wasn't my place to call him out because I wasn't a mod, but I was really just like, dude, I think you need to stop. I think you should stop. There we go. Alright, that looks good. What else do I want to do? What else did I want to do? Oh. Right. I think Ivy's looking pretty good. I think we got everything pretty much cleaned up the way I wanted to. Let's put a little bit of time. Finn's legs are looking not quite as good by comparison. I think we just sort of leveled up the drawing in general. But yeah, I don't know. I find it interesting, and like everyone sort of has a different level of tolerance. So like there's one character you meet that has completely replaced their dermal layer. Like they have completely replaced their skin. And who knows what else at that point, right? And they seem to be okay. Which is like, okay, so are you actually psychotic and it's just hard to tell? Do you just have a really good sense of self? Or was your sense of self already so abstract that, you know, replacing large chunks of yourself doesn't really affect you? I mean, it's kind of hard to tell in Edge Runners because it's an anime, and yeah, I think Trigger was a little fast and loose with some of the character designs, but like Rebecca's skin tone is not natural. And I don't know if she necessarily got the whole thing like replaced via augment, but there's definitely something going on to give her that greenish tint. She seems to be fine. Feel like in the real world, augmentation technology is progressing. I just don't hear about it very much. I think especially nowadays there's perhaps the appropriate level of concern of like, okay, so you get this augmentation. Who made it? Is it connected to anything? Does it connect to Wi-Fi? Does it send data? Who does it send data to? Does it run on Windows? Does it automatically download updates? It's bad enough when Windows automatically downloads an update and, breaks your computer. Imagine if it downloaded an update and broke your leg. And your leg just don't work no more. Is it hackable? Well, in Cyberpunk, a good number of them are. Part of what you pay money for is getting, not just more technically capable parts, but parts with better security. More layers of firewalls and encryptions and so on and so forth. So yeah, theoretically, your eyes can get hacked. I miss the idea, or the days when having a cyborg body just seemed like the coolest shit and there was no caveats. Can we go back to that? Feel like I do false advertising. Like, yeah, we try and keep it nice and chill on the stream. Anyway, how do you feel about your eyes getting hacked by a megacorp? I've heard mystery stories about people's pacemakers getting hacked quietly to sudden. Jesus. Why is it connected to a network that it can be hacked through? Hello, T-Shell. Happy Choomsday. Hope your week is off to a good start. Art's going well. We're making some good progress. I don't know if we're going to be done tonight. I feel like we're going to need a little more time on it, but it's coming along. I'm happy with where it's going. I feel like there's this obsession with everything has to be hooked up to the internet, and I'm just like, okay, but does it? Does it need to have a connection? Be done with close contact. I mean, it would need to have physical contact if it doesn't have any sort of like signal-based connection, right? And yeah, this might just be a literary device, but still, my goodness. I mean, I could understand if they need to send some sort of signal for a monitoring system, right? Like, we want to make sure that the patient is in good health, and if there's some sort of problem with it, it gets reported immediately so that it can be resolved. and not just like sit quietly in the background until it's too late. I could see that being the reasoning. I think that would be a decent enough reason. Though even there, I feel like, okay, so the device needs to be able to send signals. There shouldn't necessarily be anything that allows it to receive data without a direct connection. I don't know. I'm probably getting worked up over a hypothetical. But this is the internet. That's what we do around here. Alright, I said I was going to take like a 2-minute break, and that was like 15 minutes ago. I think I will go ahead and do that right now. Yes. Right now. Right now. Okay. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna go stretch real quick and just refill my water and such. This is a good opportunity, everyone. Do those human things you gotta do. Stretch, use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. I'm gonna run a couple of ads while I'm gone to knock the pre-rolls down for a little bit. And when I come back, we will keep working on these two dubers. Alright. Thanks everyone for your patience. Thank you for being here. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Bye! Okay, there we go. Did everyone have a good break? Everyone refreshed, ready to go? Chat. What was your favorite Pop-Tart? You know what? I'll extend that to pastries in general. I was definitely thinking about Pop-Tarts, but pastries. What's going on with the shoes back here? I think this should just be red. Let me double check the model sheet. I was thinking I might have to rework the ankle a little bit by think. Yeah, the heel of the shoe just comes up very high. Welcome back. Thank you. Strawberry toaster strudel. Nice. Good pick. Good pick. Those, in a way, toaster strudels are just fancy Pop-Tarts, aren't they? There we go. With that really deep shadow immediately around the point of contact. We reinforce the connection to the ground. I think my general favorite is apple fritters. I really like apple fritters, but also like a blackberry Danish or a lemon. Ooh, lemon Danishes are really good too when they've got the sort of like lemon, not custard. What is it? You know that sort of like jelly-ish filling. Those are really, really good. My best Pop Tart is s'mores. I'm sorry, that's not really. I know it's not a hot take. It's kind of a universal truth. I've never been a huge fan of the fruit Pop Tarts. I guess blueberries okay, but I've never been big on them. I've always been a s'mores enjoyer. Okay, good. I'm just gonna do the same thing for the bike here. The was it like the cookies and cream one? Oh, it's okay. It's good. It's nice when I want a little variety in my Pop Tarts, and granted, I don't get Pop Tarts very often. Sometimes, you just need a late night snack, and Pop Tarts are kind of them. It's kind of a perfect late night snack. Like it's not a ton of food, but it's like enough to get you to bed. A little bit more than toast, but it's not like a full snack or a full meal. Okay. I think these two are looking pretty good. I'm gonna do a little bit of touch up on this wheel here. And then I think I want to spend some time working on the background. Good. Yes, good. Good. Here. Good. All right. I can make the earth shake, baby. I'm good for it. I feel like I don't want to do a ton more detail into the background. I feel like we've got sort of a nice level of fidelity that trying to like render it out a lot more would actually be detrimental. I feel like there's something that I want to do with it just to sort of finish out the idea. I'm trying to figure out what exactly that is. Like, I don't want to go in and try and do a bunch of fine rendering, getting each of the sides of the buildings to have different lighting and whatnot, because that would just be a ton of fine detail that I feel like is kind of detrimental to the overall look of it. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but there's something in here we'll see a bit more of. I'm not sure what that is just yet. It's missing a certain something. Even some of these out. Good. All right. Then a little bit more variation. I wonder if it really is just the windows. Actually, you know what? Let me check something really quickly. It might be the windows, or lack thereof. Windows are always kind of tricky because they're like a really easy, scale reference. They give you a good sense of how big a structure is or how far away it is, because you know approximately how big a window's going to be. So having a bunch of them be visible or not visible, maybe that's what we're missing. got these weird, like, I guess, you know, if there were like windows along a staircase, it kind of makes sense. It's a little bit better. There's a little bit more depth and believability, I guess. A little bit more structure to it all. Doesn't have to be a lot, right? Just enough to sort of sell the idea. Few instances of red and multicolor over here, just to sort of carry some of the consistency through, make it feel like, oh yeah, it's all sort of the same stuff. Good. I think that looks excellent. All right. What about the clouds? What can we do back here? I think they're looking pretty good in general. I want to soften them up in a few places. With a little bit extra detail. Render it out, render out some of the ideas a bit more. Let's see. I think we can do. Let's do this one. Right. But is anywhere that like the brushwork is too apparent. Try and separate it with some tertiary detail. You know? Back here we can merge and re-separate. I was watching a video earlier. So, as you guys know, I live in the Pacific Northwest, which I love it here. It's fantastic. 10 out of 10 would recommend. But one of the fun little bits about the area is there's sort of a expectation that at some point there's going to be a massive earthquake that will just kind of destroy everything. I was watching a video talking about that. Sort of the expectation is, there are a bunch of pressures built up in the Cascadia Fault, and at some point, it's gonna let loose, and we're waiting for the big one. But apparently, recent studies, recent imaging of the Cascadia Fault line has noticed another plate section that's like young, like it's a new section that's sort of coming up between the Pacific plate and the North American plate. And they're not exactly sure, from what I understand, exactly how it's going to change the dynamics. But the fact that it's there also means that the way the energy is accumulating, the way the energy is, sort of distributing, is different than anticipated. So now it's like, okay, well, we're probably still due for a massive earthquake, but what does this do to it? We don't know yet. And it's always very fascinating to me because we kind of get into this place of like the stuff that we know is the stuff that we've always known, right? It's like, oh yeah, we understand that this is how things work. This is how the world is. This is how the universe is. It is known. But then you find out, like we find new elements, new wrinkles to the equation. And it's like, oh yeah, a lot of this understanding is actually very recent. And we're still figuring out a lot of it. Like the understanding of plate tectonics, that it exists at all, is like less than 200 years old. I forget. It was in Cosmos. When did they figure it out? Because it was very recent. Like, for how well accepted and understood it is now, like, oh, it's actually very young. Yeah, it was developed during the first decades of the 20th century, so it's only a century old as a unified and accepted concept. But you know, these days we're just like, yeah, Playtech comics, of course. So remember, chat, you don't know what you don't know. You got your known knowns, your known unknowns, your unknown unknown. Are there unknown knowns? There might be. What would that be? I suppose it would be like something that we actually kind of have figured out or like understood, but we don't understand why we understand it. You know? So it was like a lot of herbal remedies back in the day. It was like, we know this helps with this condition. Why? Well, we don't know, but it does, so we use it. And then, you know, centuries later, it's like, oh, it's because of this chemical compound. Cool. We've actually known that. Just didn't know why we knew that. But that's good. And then someone's like, well, what if we take just the chemical compound that's actually helping and we can leave the rest of it on the side and just make a pill out of it? And then you take it and it's like, oh, their heart exploded. Okay, well, let's just stick to chewing on the leaves then, shall we? That seems like a good idea to me. I will still never understand how people figured out that mushrooms were edible. Like, of all things, right? Some things it's like, okay, yeah, sure. You know, people were hungry or they observed an animal eating a particular plant. It was like, okay, that's probably fine. But then you get to mushrooms, it's like, okay, try that one. Okay, they shot out their liver. Okay, try that one. That was okay. What about this one? Instant death, you say? Okay, so let's stick with number 2. Meanwhile, truffles. Well, pigs really like truffles, right? Like that's sort of the whole thing, their whole thing of like oink oink sniff sniff truffle digging. So that was probably someone saw a pig digging for truffles and was like, you're right. Then went back to his village, and once he managed to convince everyone to stop calling him Piggy, freaking Boinky Boinky, and to just try the damn truffles, they're like, hey, you know what? It's not bad. There was probably a lot of I dare you to eat that. You're right. There was probably a lot of bets and dares. Then you get to stuff like puffer fish, which is like, this is edible, but you have to be very careful. If you eat it the wrong way, instant death. I don't know. I'm not that adventurous of an eater. I think I would rather just stick to the non-lethal categories of food, Call me old-fashioned. There we go. Keep in mind, there's a 50-50 chance it may not agree with you if you haven't tried it before. Peanuts. When you put it that way, like, for most people, it's fine. But for a surprisingly high number of people, not fine. It is not fine. And then, of course, there's cheese. AKA, someone let the milk sit for too long. But it turned out to not just make your insides become your outsides. And then we kind of turned it into a whole way of life. I think it says a lot the lengths that lactose intolerant people will go to have cheese. Yes, people will literally run down a hill and risk breaking their neck for a wheel of cheese. Because, I don't know, I guess it's really good cheese. Like, yeah, imagine it's still very good after running down the hill. Or rolling, I guess, in its case. Oz is a proud culture. Oh, there goes some of the culture now. Down the hill. Alright, we'll get a little excessive back here, but it's fun. Part of me wants to clean up the guardrail here, but I also feel like the little imperfections in the guardrail are part of what makes it feel more true. Surprisingly funny, but also is dangerous. So basically, it's like watching the glad. Yes, it is a cheesy blood sport. If you think about it. Imagine if Cheese doesn't stop down the hill and gets the splatter speeds from Halo, but she's it just keeps going. Rolls out into traffic. Alright, I think we can actually merge some of this in. Actually, what is the... Oh, yeah, okay. No, that's fine. Go ahead and merge. Cheddar Manjaro. What is happening here? Oh, wait, what? Okay, go ahead and merge that, and then go ahead and merge that. And then go ahead and merge... No, don't merge that. Wait, is that correct now? There we go. I see what was happening. At a certain point, it's easier to just merge the layers together and start painting. A couple of these details a little more deliberate, you know? Good. Good, good, good. I need more tea. A little bit more for later. Let's grab a little bit of this back. Kind of wash along the top of the guardrail for slight Fresnel lighting. Looking pretty good. I don't know. Are we gonna finish tonight? We might just, be honest. It's getting really close. Like, it's probably shippable if push came to shove. I'm not forgetting anything, am I? Oh. I'm gonna come back to the moped for a second. Details on the rims I can fill out. Good. Okay. And what else can we do? What else do we got here? Okay, Vespa looks pretty good. Okay, so we got that hand, we got that hand. I feel like I forgot something with Jen. Oh, look at that. Right there. Right there. We got it. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. of this, we can make sort of a brighter moonlight. Good morning, Jack. Happy midweek to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope the week has been treating you well so far. How's it going? Welcome in. Bring this around like so. Drop the base of it down so it blends in a little bit cleaner. Actually, Jin's hair needs a fair amount of cleaning up, so let's stick here for a little bit. Or at least the temperature is more normal. That's good. Glad things are less surface of the sun-esque. Always makes it a little bit easier to get through things. Feel like you're not gonna melt Raiders of the Lost Ark style. I swear it's a freaking curse. I drew Coco's sheep model as 2B, and then she switched to the cat. So I drew her cat model in Subnautica, and she switched to the dog. I was like, I can't fucking win. 42 Celsius last Saturday. What the I'm not sure anyone's made for that kind of climate. Really shouldn't be. Jesus. That's too damn hot. I keep hoping for it to be a gentle summer. I don't suspect it's gonna be. There we go. I'm not on social media that much, certainly not in spaces where I guess this has been going on. Apparently, the Count of Monte Cristo has been getting a lot of attention lately. Apparently is being referred to as lit slop, which, yeah, okay, let's just completely degrade the use of slop as a descriptor of anything of any meaning or value. But when I was watching a video, started talking about it, and apparently, even at the time of its original release, the Count of Monte Cristo was kind of regarded as like soap opera level melodrama. Like it was not. People were simultaneously like, it's a good book, but it's also a really bad, dumb book. Like it's really badly written, but it's also kind of endearingly fun. So, you know, just have fun with it. I've never actually read it myself. I mean, this was some degree, like people have always enjoyed melodrama to some level or another. Not everything needs to be highbrow entertainment. Some stuff you just kind of want to turn your brain off and be like, "Ooh, this is fun." I was talking the other day, different stream, about librarians. Libraries will stock comics and manga and such. And people be like, why are you, carrying those and not serious literature? Why bother with this pedestrian trash? And the librarians are like, because teenagers will actually come to the library and read these. And our main goal is to get people interested in reading, right? We don't necessarily care what it is that they're reading. We care that they want to. It's around. Yes, I've heard it is an absurdly long book that is simultaneously a lot of unnecessary filler, but also kind of like needs that. Like it's hard. People have made abridged versions of the Count of Monte Cristo, but the video that I was talking about was kind of saying like, sure, but at the same time, all the stuff that gets cut out is kind of like it's not necessary to the narrative flow of the story. It's not essential to the narrative progression, but it is essential to the flow. I was watching a video, and Tech, I think this is the one that Fuzzy was bringing up. Was discussing the idea of Ma, which is a concept that Kurosawa loved to use in his films. And it came up in a discussion between Matt Mercer and Brennan Lee Mulligan about the way that Brennan sets up his D&D campaigns, but sort of in a broader narrative structure, Ma is the concept of negative space, right? And like, even within the scale of an individual drawing like this, it's like, okay, if I had everything be equally busy, equally complicated, it would just be an eyesore, right? It would just be a constant inundation of information. You need to have areas where there is nothing happening. You need to have negative space. And that is Ma. So from a story standpoint, from a narrative flow standpoint, it's important to have areas of high tension, high action, high drama, and then let it breathe out, right? Let it have a moment where everything sort of settles back down, where you can sort of collect yourself. And, Kurosawa, the sort of famous one, is in Seven Samurai. You've gone through a number of battles, a number of characters have died, and you have the scene where it's like pouring rain, and everyone knows we are approaching the final battle, right? The bandits, the brigands, are going to make their last raid on the village because they're on their last legs, and the samurai and the villagers are on their last. And like, this is the confrontation, and it is happening imminently. But we first have the scene in the rain where everyone is just sort of contemplative, and you see all the characters, and you see the village, and you see you take a moment before you go into that high action of remembering, like, this is why the action is important, right? Action, and I think this gets lost a lot in modern entertainment in general. Action is conflict resolution, right? It is a means by which multiple parties attempt to resolve a conflict and decide who is correct, let's just say. But if you don't establish the motivations for one or both of the parties, then you just have people punching and shooting each other for no particular reason. I need to do all of Ivy's details. Let's get in on those. So I think it's, like I said, I've not read Monte Cristo. I'm sure there is definitely some stuff in there that you're like, okay, but this is really extraneous. But at the same time, I imagine a lot of it is, in some way, shape, or form, integral to understanding the book in its entirety. Right? The experience of all of it does kind of depend on all of it being there. Imagine your favorite movie, your favorite action movie. And then imagine that they just cut out all of the scenes that weren't action, right? All the scenes of character building, all of the dialogue, just all of it is gone. It's nothing but the action scenes anymore. It might be kind of fun on, like, a random watch through, just like, I'm just gonna put this on in the background and be like, yeah, explosions, gunfire, yippee! But, like, it probably wouldn't be your favorite movie if that was the only version that you ever saw, right? You can skip all of the in-between stuff because you already know it. But if you had never seen it, it would just be kind of a mindless explosion movie. There was a really good video breaking down Luthen's monologue from the first season of Andor. And part of what they go into is the cadence that Skarsgård delivers the monologue in. Right? It's not like the words are powerful. The words are very good. He has very good words. He went to Wordington's and he bought the top shelf words. But more importantly than that, I think something like 50% of the runtime of the monologue is silence. It's him not saying anything. He'll say a thing and then he pauses to absorb, to let it be absorbed. And like from an in narrative standpoint, to let Luthen think about what he says next, right? It doesn't come across as some sort of melodramatic delivery because at the same time Skarsgård is acting out Luthen like thinking through this himself. Alrighty, Jack. Appreciate you coming by. It's good to see you. Hope the rest of the week is good. I hope it stays cooled down for you. Everyone say goodnight. But yeah, something like a third to half of the entire speech is just him not talking. But that silence is part of what drives the intensity. And as he gets closer and closer to the climax of the monologue, the gaps close, right? It starts to run faster and faster and build in intensity until it gets to the climax, and then it just stops, right? All of the energy just vents out in one massive push. And then there's like one quiet line to close it out after that. So it's very masterfully delivered. Right? And it's like, oh shit, that's acting. I understand now. I wanted to check one of the other drawings for reference on the bow, but there's a fucking mirror in the way. It's like exactly where I'm trying to look. But I think it is a ribbon. It's not just for thingies. So we're gonna make this one more shaped like so. go back down here and just ever so slightly darken this up and add a hint of red to it. Get a little bit of that bounce color from the surrounding area. Okay, so we got the ribbon. I'm gonna go back up here. We need to add the stitching. So come up from here. Too much. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Good. And then we actually need to do a similar sort of pattern around this. Except I grabbed the wrong color for it. Okay, easy enough to rectify. And finish out the font. Just need to set this to normal. There we go. Okay, good. Got that, and then we need the vine work and the ribbons. Okay, so this kind of goes center and come up like this and come around like this. And then go up like this, down like that, go around like this, and loop like that. Good. Good. Duplicate it. Okay. And then, yeah, so the leaves, actually the leaves are mirrored. Makes my life a little bit easier. There's just one in the mirror that's, or in the middle that's asymmetrical. All of these guys copied. Good. You can go like this. Okay. Yep. 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 Okay. And now you just come in with these to get the tones to match up better. Good. Little bit of volume through here. Looks very flat at the moment. Good. Nice. All right. We got the belt. We just need to do the ribbon. Oh, the blood vial. I forgot. Here you go. Wrong color. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, you know what? Do this, because the ribbons are loose enough that they don't cover everything. There's definitely some hair that escapes them. So let's just have this sort of left like so. I think this will look a bit better. Or have it cut out like that. And then this one can have sort of a hint of a ribbon coming through like that. I think I do actually need to correct this tail to go a little bit farther over. Good. That's a little better. Okay. What is this? What is this schmutz? I'm on the wrong layer again. 'Cause I'm a child. Alright. Go back over to actual paint layer. We'll do a little bit of cast shadow on the ribbon, right? Just to sort of ground it a bit. Make it feel more connected. Be careful on pushing pixels again. Highlight the tops of the jet vents a little bit more. Those really stand out prominently. There we go. Nice. Alright. So I think what I want to do is just go in and do a nice little like tertiary breakup pass on all the hair. Really give it that nice silky texture. So we got a good like general block out of stuff. We're kind of missing that breakup, that variation. Good. Yeah. Yes. Go. More of that. More of that. Some days I actually feel like I know what I'm doing. On occasion. It's a good feeling. It occurred to me earlier. So normally I like to get something, food wise on Saturdays before the start of the stream, right? So I can have part of it for lunch and then eat the other half for dinner after the stream ends. It's easier than sort of figuring out, finishing the stream being like, okay, what do I want to do for dinner, right? And I have it already I have it already ready. But this Saturday is July 4th, which is a holiday. And so most places are probably going to be closed. So I'm probably, I don't know. I was thinking about what I want to do. I might get something on Friday and just put it in the fridge. Probably be the easiest thing to do. I don't know. Some places will probably be open, but with those, I always feel like, yeah, but you shouldn't be. I don't like that they make people work on holidays that they should be getting off. Always feels not good, And I feel like, oh, well, if I go, if I go do business and it kind of tells the company, it's like, oh, yeah, it's worth it because people are showing up, so we should do this again. It's like, no, stop. Let them have their days off. I don't know. I might call the place that I was going to go to and see if they're planning to be open on Saturday. Alternatively, I did get one of the free entree codes from Evo for Chipotle. So maybe I'll just go. Maybe I'll see if Chipotle is going to be open. Again, like, it sucks that they are, but I also kind of expect Chipotle is going to be open on Independence Day because it's a food chain and I don't feel like they are going to take time off. At least not early in the day. I don't know. Maybe it'll be short hours. But yeah, gotta figure out something for Saturday. Some sort of plan. Well, except that some places, at least, because July 4th is on a weekend, are, also giving Friday off as observance because you're supposed to get a holiday for it. So I don't know. I don't know what Friday is going to look like. I know I'm going to ride my bike, but well, we'll see what else is available when the time comes. Okay. Right, so Ivy's hair is looking pretty good now. Let's go over and give Jin the same treatment. Mm. Yep. And no, in case anyone was concerned, like I know I already posted the schedule, but the holiday is not going to affect the stream at all. I will be right here. We'll be doing our thing. Y'all, I know a lot of folks are not in the US, so it's not going to affect you one way or the other. If you do have plans for July 4th, obviously, I hope you have fun with it. But I will continue to be here. Doing my regular goober shenanigans. Just position the angle of this a little bit. Good. Just a little bit of break up through the shape, right? You loose hairs here and there. Just soften this up some. Break up and shape going through there. Nice. Stop that. Get some help. Good. Okay. What else? What else? Good. Little bit of light bouncing off the screen because it is going to be pretty bright, right? On the left side. I do think we're going to call it at the end of the stream. I wasn't sure, but I feel like, at this point where it's such a fine level of polish, it's like, yeah, it's good to go. I'm just, we've got like 40 minutes left. I'm gonna have some fun with it. Just kind of fine tune everything until we're ready to head out for the night. do. Grab that. I wanna have the shadows sort of fall across the seat like so. Yeah, right. Okay, good. Still don't feel right. Figure out exactly what it is that I want to do here. Yeah, I guess that's closer. Okay. Add a fun little bit of gradient right through. A little bit more surface interest. Thank you, honestly. Actually, been a while since I did a manual save. There you go. Enforce a couple of the details and And then, what I forget... Wait, where did it go? Oh, it's right there. I am stupid. There we go. Let's try and bring the paintwork on the wheel a little bit more up to the standards that we have on the rest of it, you know? It's a little rough around the edges in some spots. Yes, unfortunately. So we didn't get this done on Saturday, so I wasn't able to deliver it on Sunday. And you guys know me, I'm very selfish. I like to be able to hand these off in person. So probably not gonna get a chance to actually give it to them until Sunday. As always, please don't spoil the surprise until such a time as we are ready to deliver it. Alright, that looks pretty good. Good. Alright, yes. That guardrail looks pretty good. Road looks pretty good. Ocean looks okay. Idea. It just kind of sometimes, you know, water coastlines especially will have like areas of different sort of heights, different colors. There's like an undersea sand or an underwater sandbank of some kind. Just a little bit of that, right? Or just little areas where like the different color permeates through. Right, this that's kind of nice. Having this subtle detail just to add something in the water. Okay. Let's bring this over so I don't have to keep tapping back and forth. Alright. But yeah, that looks pretty good. Don't have too much in the water really to worry about. I think it already has a good and a presence of detail. And a couple of small breakers right along the waterline. Nice. Yeah. Okay. I think that's good. Alright. One last check. Make sure I didn't miss any details. Blood vial. There's a blood vial. She does have a strap on her thigh, and I'm wondering if it's worth going in to resolve that. I think if I had to pick one or the other, I would pick the blood vial. Double check Jin's model. Okay, yeah, that looks good. So I think Jin's good. I think we got everything there. Or actually, there is one. Wow. So she has a little hairpin. But I think it's covered by the bang in the center. So I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, let's do Ivy's blood vial. We'll see if there's time to do the garter strap. Yeah, good. Have a little bit more on top. A little bit on the inside just to help make it appear transparent. Around here, reinforce the glass part. Good. Yeah, that looks good. Alright. Well, I guess since that took all of like 3 minutes, then there's we can do the garter belt. Shouldn't take too long, I hope. But I'm not doing little Venus flytraps. I'm going to knowingly omit that bit. Because I'm bad. Bye. Good. Good. Alright. Just lighten up red, rim, like so. We're not going to add the striping just yet because, or the shading underneath, because there's a greenish frill on either side of it, and that is too saturated. Bring some of this in. Soften it out. That looks good. Alright, and then we gotta do the same thing down here. Alright, good. And then we just need to borrow some of this. And now we clean it up. Not bad. I'll take it. I think what'll really help tie the whole thing together, getting the shading underneath it. Work around it. Yeah. So. Cool. All right. So with all of that said and done, now go in. We can clean everything up, right? That's a pretty solid read, I think. Just on its own, I think they sit nicely. Just for funsies, for my own curiosity. If we were to cut this down to our 6 value check. Yeah, pretty solid. Aside from the clouds, all the brightest brights and darkest darks are right on our characters. It's a solid look. What I'm actually going to do, introduce a little bit of blue into our vignetting, just to sort of cool it off. Similar paths we've been doing in a lot of the summer drawings. And then our lights, a little bit of yellow to them. It's actually too much yellow, I think. Alright, we're gonna drop all of that into a group. Set to overlay, watch it blow the entire scene, an Ansel Adams feel to it. I'll take that as a compliment. I don't think I know Ansel Adams. Okay. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I'm looking at some of his photography right now. I looked it up. Yeah. Very sort of pleasant. Alright, so let's drop this to like 30. These guys we can knock down to about 20 or so. I think we'll actually knock this one down to 10. This is pretty bright as it is, right? It doesn't really need to stand out. Yeah, I can definitely see why. Very nice photography. Let's actually knock this down a little bit. I don't think we want it to get too dark, you know? There we go. Just a subtle addition of contrast, right? We don't want it to like really blow out the entire image one way or the other. All right. Which of course means there's only one thing left to do. I like it. I think this one came out very well. Yeah, a lot of the like fine details of like how the town looks and everything. Definitely figuring it out in the moment. But like the overall feel of it, the overall intention and look, I think definitely was like pretty one to one with what I had in mind for this. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Also, not for nothing, the fact that we had the reference of the Vespa that we could just like perfectly slot into the drawing and just work over it rather than trying to recreate it from, you know, from nothing helped so much. It made it so much easier to do this. It would have taken so much extra time if we had to like just draw it from nothing. Alrighty. I'm glad we can finish this tonight. So yeah, we will hand it off to the ladies this Sunday. Hopefully they like it. And Thursday. So Thursday. We do have the other drawing that I had shelved for a little bit. I think we will probably go back to working on that. I think we'll do that. So yeah, depending on how Thursday goes, if we feel like the game dev stuff is still giving us a headache, it's not cooperating, then we'll either play some Hades or we'll jump back over to that art piece. We'll see what we feel like. We'll see how it's going. But yeah, for tonight, I think this is gonna be it. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for being here while we finish this up. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the Mod Squad. And then we are going to find somebody to raid out to. Here we go. Alrighty. YouTube!